it a slippery some more? Oh. Oh.
No.
Okay.
It's fine. I don't mind. That was fun. That was a fun game.
Oh, I've never seen her, I've never seen his Mori on her, though.
Yeah, I don't trust Six. I have trust issues in her. Gonna game a little, but I'll have to leave a lurk. Glad you found Six. I know. Oh my god. Yup. We're gonna pretend that didn't happen. Eat that dead hard. Ooh, motherfucker. Shit. I'm not gonna
No. Performance in.
I'm on a pallet, guys. I'm on a pallet. Oh my god. That was crazy. I only play this once a week now because I just feel like this just makes me stressed out way too much. This game stress. Girl, they see you. They see you, girl. What's your problem? Girl, they saw your ass. I don't know what you was trying to do. Girl, I've been watching you this whole time. I don't know what the fuck you were doing, Nancy. So energetic.
哦，一上来就有开屏表演，情境感好强。
Okay, Paimon, shut up.
是活力四射的派对气氛。
Girl.
甜美。
Here's some shock grenades.
Oh, period. Okay, thank you, I'm coming. Oh! Oh, fucking bitch!
Oh, Loler, what's going on, Loler?
I jumped off that cliff thinking that the fucking water was right there. Damn. Oh my god! Oh my god, bestie! I hope you you guys are doing good. What were you guys playing, by the way? What were you guys playing? Octavia, I didn't. Okay, come here, Meg. Come here. Come here. Come here.
Warframe. My husband plays Warframe.
Yo, I'll pause at the right moment because gosh, y'all, listen, they both equally confused. Like, some people in my community. So if you ever wanted to like practice killer, oh, you motherfucker. What? Sir! Hello? Okay, that was crazy. I stunned you.
You expected to go and then they down you and hook you and you're get mad about it?
Well, if it's a Wesker, I will never get mad. I will never get mad when it comes to a Wesker. Like,
if it's a pyramid head, it is good.
well, okay, with
Question point clip.
well, if it's for certain colors, I. Girl, stomp on his face. Stomp on him. I would have smashed his face in like Nemi would. I would have still smashed his face in.
Hi, how are you?
You can leave me.
Please make it out. Please, 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 please. Oh my god. Oh. Fuck yeah. I did it. I did it. God, that was scary. Oh. Oh? Hello? Hello? Excuse me? He's gonna be on my ass in a second.
Like you're complaining.
I'm not complaining. I will let him choke me out any day. Oh, Daddy.
That was
Oh, hi, Daddy Wesker. Hello. Hey, Daddy. Yeah. Oh, yes. Yes. He gave me nodders. Respect, respect. Love you.
Call her screen name, and so I have a really hard time calling her Lola because that's not her name to me.
Girl, who left the nut up there? Who nutted?
Oh, I did. I cummed up there. I cummed up there, and I'm like, I need to come up here so that way.
I knew it. I knew
I'm like,
it.
I need to come up here and be like, I need to leave my nut.
I'm crying. Not that I need.
But now you have been promoted. You are now one of my elite employees.
Oh. No! Okay. Do it, Alpha-T.
It was your turn.
My decree is final.
Oh my god.
The apple! The damn apple!
Oh my god, I loved it.
High performance indeed.
Poor performance, my ass. That's a nice little chase, though.
On the car.
Who redeemed that? Oh my god! Don't redeem that. That's us. Who redeemed redeemed that? Oh, not that. Who redeemed that? Okay, also, okay, I'm sorry. I'm supposed to be doing Girl Afraid's reading right now, and I'm getting distracted. You enjoy that dead hard. No! Oh, I almost had that shit too. Am I cool? I'm not sure. Question mark? Not sure, but hey. What? Oh my god. It's exactly like with my friends back in the city. They said I'm not as much fun without it. Oh my god. It all feels like back in the city. Well, you got me. You got me. That's right. You got me. Yes. This bitch! This bitch!
The child!
Stop! Cause why the fuck did that scare me? Oh, not like I'm rushing me. Girl, shut the fuck up.
No, they did not have to give that character that much freaking physics.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, for a second I thought you got yeeted off.
Hey! Oh my god! I love you! I love you, Esther! Oh my god.
A full-length mirror.
Well, why don't you tell that to Mr. Lola?
Tell Mr. Lola to come here.
Well, no, because he's busy.
Right, so you don't want that full-length mirror.
Well, I'd rather get a a fucking...
Oh, no.
Oh, well, I'd rather get some dick and food.
Right, I fucking knew you were gonna say that.
Oh, well,
Woo!
Them little shitheads. I'm dead here. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead.
We're almost there, but y'all can take a hit.
Got you. Fucking bush.
Fucking A. Shit. Let's go. Oh my god. Oh,
Nice.
I got so fucking scared there. Fuck. I got so fucking scared.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, you definitely for sure play it. Resident Evil 6 was one of my favorite games, actually. Daddy Zeno! Hello. Sky, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Oh my god. Hi, friends. Hello. So sorry. Well, oh my god, my microphone is being dumb. Anyway, hello, Lemur. Thank you for redeeming first. You got first. Congrats. Also, guys, we're doing TVA open lobbies, so anyone can join. Let's Javi, listen, girl. I don't know how I'm gonna hold your hand when I say this, mama. Elixir said he don't love you like that after the fact that you cheated. So he's gonna forever be with me. Because that's the love of my life, and you can get ban blocked and reported. Well, yes, because you said you had ghosts, mama. I'm here. So does that mean this is LG? Oh. Well, no. I just started, Admiral. Please. I don't have anyone. Right. So why are we lying? Why are we lying, Javi? So why are we lying? Right. You say you don't have anyone, but clearly you're lying. I was going to do 2v8 killer open lobbies, but I was planning a little bit earlier. With a friend, and I kind of just didn't want to like burn myself out with killer. But I might do 2v8 killer open lobbies on Monday. If anyone is interested in joining me. Because I really need to get back in my killer era, and I have challenges to finish. I have some challenges I need to finish. I was gonna do 1v4 killer and then 2v8 open lobbies, but then I was like, you know, I don't think I will. So yeah, I'm like, I don't think I will. But also, I am live on TikTok, so, you know, obviously, if anyone wants to tune in over there,
How are ya?
can't. Oh, okay. W Surrybot for deleting that message. I hate those fucking randomized bots. Oh, boost your viewers at streamerboo.com or some shit like that. Oh my god. But who has clocked their attendance today? Okay, Lemur got his LMU attendance and daily latte. Rory got his daily latte and LMU attendance. Stitches got her daily lattes. All of you guys got your daily lattes. And Sky, I know you went to bed, but thank you for the stream streak. Ghost put oh. Well, I know those pesky bots are you, Javi. I mean, who said that? Those are probably your alt accounts. I mean, who said that? Oh. Right. But does anyone want to join me for open lobbies? If not, I'll just do solo queue. and I'll just change the title. And I'll just change the title. Oh, wait. No, I don't need to change the title. Never mind. But yeah, if you guys want to join for opens, I am running open lobbies. So if anyone does want to join, feel free. I'll actually switch the pinned message. I'm launching the game. Okay. Do you want, okay, Admiral, if it's just gonna be, do you want to do, I am doing 2v8, my hobby, yes. Let me change the screen. I am doing 2v8 open lobbies, yes. Hi, Asta. Do you know the Deku and Bokugo ship? No. I don't watch anime as much anymore, so but I do not know. I do not know. No. But welcome in on TikTok. I feel like, I don't know if it was you last time or somebody else, but someone had asked me like something like that or some shit, but I do not know. Also, okay, I just want to make sure my connection is good. But also today, I was going to show my face. It should say in chat, in the TikTok chat, it should say the game. It should say the game. It should say the game in the TikTok chat. But I am playing Dead by Daylight. And thank you for following and liking the live. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, anyone can join hobby as well. If you guys are on TikTok, I am doing open lobbies on the Purple app. So if you guys want to join, just come over to the Purple app. I can't seem to request in. Oh, let me just make a new lobby.
I can feel the darkness. It's everywhere.
Okay, let me wait. Also, I like how Javi asked me. If I'm doing 2v8 and didn't even bother to accept my invite. Just say you hate me, Javi. Girl. Just say you hate me. You're on killer? Girl, fuck that killer. Fuck killer right now, mama. Fuck killer. Also, it seems that, like, my frames are dropping today. But I don't, like, it's going in the red. So I don't know if I'll be, like, laggy and stuff or not today. I might have to end on TikTok a little early, but I'm not sure. I don't know. kind of nervous. Because yesterday it seemed fine. But today, I don't know. I don't know. I feel betrayed. And I might have to close the application for my PNG tuber and turn on my webcam anyway. Hi, my Airy. Oh, thank you, Javi. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for tuning in on TikTok. Also, well, actually, I might just, hold on. I might just, like, remove this, and then I might do, hold on. Okay, I don't know. Oh. Well, actually... Hold on, guys. Also, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna turn on my webcam. I'm gonna say fuck it. Why not? Why not? I just gotta fix my webcam, though. Oops. Also, wait. Okay, my webcam's not on yet. Hold on. Hold up. Hold up. Okay, I'm back, guys. Hold on. I need to, I'm, like, dropping frames heavily. Y'all, if the frames are bad, let me know. If it's, like, really bad, I might have to, like, end stream early. It's an Oni. And somebody else. I don't know who. Could be a stealth killer. Oh! No, Chucklefuck, no. Leave me alone? Okay. I am surprised that Admiral hasn't gotten hooked yet. Insanity. Oh. Oh my god. Oh. I almost fell. I sure... Ooh! You got so lucky, Claude, that I did not get hit there. Stop moving, girl. Not that you're amazing and you whipped. Woo! I dodged that. I cannot believe I dodged that. Oh my god. Ooh. Okay. He's over there. Tony's over there. Oh, that pork body. Oh my god. Oh, and Admiral? Oh my god. Bye, Admiral. I think we fortuned ourselves, and that's kind of a problem. Stop! What the fuck? I hate that. I hate that.
Let's go.
I hate that. Okay, let's hope they don't leave me. Oh. Okay, well, R.I.P. me, I guess. Oh, and poor Claudia's over there. She's gonna leave me to die on first hook, but, I mean, it's whatever. Oh wait, I can abandon. I forgot. I can abandon now.
It wasn't supposed to be this way.
Okay, I don't need to be escapist now. Also, is stream okay, guys? I don't know if it's okay. Because it's like going between like drop frames and then like going back to perfectly normal. I don't know if it's okay or not. But let me know. It was pretty iffy at the start, but it's been good for a bit. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I might have to restart stream, but I don't know what it is. Because, like, I didn't change anything in my settings, but... You know what I think it might be? It might be my enhanced settings, probably. Yeah, I think it might be it. Did Admiral leave the lobby? Yes, Admiral did leave the lobby. Admiral had, like, did one game and was like, okay, I'm going. Your ping was 800? Oh my god. That's rough. It was unplayable for you? Yeah. That's valid. That was me a long time ago when I used to play on Switch. And my ping would go up to 1,000. And I'm like, I don't like it anymore. And I'm actually kind of glad that I don't play on the Switch anymore. Because that shit was rough. Yeah, I think I just had to like close like my Apple Music app, and then I don't know what else is open that could cause. Oh, you know what? Hold on. It could be. I think I know what it's doing, but it's a Billy. Billy and who else? Damn, I gave him the hit. I was trying not to, but... Bro, I got scared. Haha. Ha 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 ha. Damn, 3 of us are on hook. I don't know who the other killer is, and this Trevor got, like, left to second. Hi, my stuff. Dang, all of us are getting left on hook, I guess. And what is Ada doing? You stopped my doom scroll? Ooh, okay. Well, period. Y'all, I fear I might just switch to 1v4. Oh wait. No. I am so sorry, bestie. You got left to die on hook. I feel so bad. Oh. I feel so bad for... Like, I got left to second. Richter and Trevor also got left to second. Like, bro, like, what are we doing? Like, I don't even know if anyone started a gen aside from me. Oh, and that Tori's dead. Yeah, I fear it's GG's, guys. I fear it's GG's. I hear it's GG's, and I feel like this Ada's gonna hide and not get me. Oh, hey Ada. Hey girl, you wanna come get me, girl? Oh, well, fuck me, I guess. Fuck me, I guess. Fuck everyone. But it is what it is. Cause girl,
I'm supposed to be a disciple, not a sacrifice.
Yeah, you know, I'm gonna just go to 1v4, cause I fear that
What have I done to deserve such a fate?
I fear that 2v8 is just not the vibes right now, and I'd rather deal with and I'd rather not solo queue in 2v8 because yeah, I don't know, because your girl is I can also ping in the Discord too. See if anyone wants to join. You're survivored out. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, unless... Oh, well, you said you're 800 ping, so I was gonna say if you wanted to do 2v8 killer, we could, but I don't know if you would be up for it, though. Okay, I'm hoping that my drop frames don't give me any problems. It's a Wesker. Why would you unhook? I don't... Does he have unforeseen? Oh my god. Let me heal you, girl. You're death hook. Lola, the people that are online today are questionable. Oh my god, what's happening? Oh, well, bye, girl. Let's go. Your choices are very interesting. Killer right there, and Kate touches a Jen to get rid of her endurance. Oh, yes, yes. I'm like, mama. What in God's name? Oh my god. That, okay. That, what was that? What was that? You weren't...
See you dead.
Well, you're right. You will see me dead, probably. You will... Oh, if you do exclamation point Poke Shop, and then the type of Pokeball, I think it's... I think it's like... Oh, he's not coming. Come here. Shit. I can't dead hard this, but I can DS. Hold on. Nah, cause fuck you, bitch. Oh, you have to do the type of Pokeball, so like exclamation point Poke Shop, Pokeball, and then the quantity, so like and then like, you know, you can do like exclamation I can show you after this game. Oh, also, can I get an exclamation point in DS? Oh my god. Yeah, just like that. Da, 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 da. There might be like a slight delay because, just because, I hit B. I hit B. Bro, what the fuck? I literally hit B right as he did that. That's so lame, bro. I swear. Honestly, killer might be the vibe today, but I'm not sure. The way that like my, but I feel like if I play killer, I feel like the survivors will like gen rush me, and then like I won't get survivors like this. Ooh. Hi, girl. Oh, that's definitely Tinkerer. That's Tinkerer for sure. This Adam literally has no hooks. Oh my gosh. Okay. You know, surely he won't come this way, right? You know, I was gonna leave Adam, and then he had Belly. He could have. Oh wait, no. I think he also had potential too. So yeah. He did have Tinkerer. He also had. Oh, he had an all aura build with GG's. Yeah, no worries, Admiral. Yeah. No worries. Yui had breakout. Yeah, poor Kate. Poor Kate and Yui died.
Prove myself worthy.
Okay, I'm gonna be right back, y'all. I'm gonna be right back, and I'm gonna go get some coffee. I also need to go to the bathroom, and I also forgot to take my vitamins, so I need to do that. So I'll be a few minutes. And yeah, just take this time to like stretch, take a break, eat, and do whatever you have to do, and I'll be back in like 3 to 5-ish minutes. Maybe a little longer. But yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back. Sir! You waited for me to vote again. Oh, well, yes. Sir, I'll let you play with this pussy. Even though you're a fictional character, I'll let you play with this pussy. Don't stop me from getting a good time from you. Even if it's only for 7 minutes. Oh my god. What? What'd I say? What'd I say? I mean, listen, it was for 7 minutes. That's what he said. 7 minutes is all I can spare. What am I supposed to fucking do? Fucking... God. This motherfucker wants me to get him fucking medicine. Over 2,000 miles away in Sumeru City? Are you kidding? I was just there. Guys, isn't that cool? Wait, didn't she say this was a cat cafe? Yes, it is. Oh! Not him saying that. Not everyone can pay a bunch of money just to be told that they've got positive vibes or how they're gonna die. You can't kill me. That's crazy. He just up and left.
Impeccable time.
Well. So much for that. So much for the... No! You bitch! You fucker! I'm gonna pass out! Where's the fucking exit? Oh, you fucker. I might as well just die in here. How dare you do that to me? You motherfucker. Okay? I hate that. I hate that so much. That's it. So, these are my icon packs for, Wygo, shut the fuck up! Wygo! I've tried to, like, have, like, make it fucking noise! Oh my god!
This is great.
Ooh, a wild Pokemon. Can you do Lola PCG? I want that Pokemon. Oh, I had like a really nice nurse earlier. A nurse player earlier. Let's fucking go! I made it out! Oh my god, yes!
What a wonderful time for murder!
Damn. He did not like that. He did not like that at all. Dang. Dang. Sable almost had it. Fuck y'all for ruining my palettes. I know, I need to go over there, but like I'm kind of... You bitch! Are you fucking kidding me? Y'all, I am so fucking upset. Y'all, I am so fucking upset. Y'all, look at this. It says Elias is now fucking single after the fact that I was over here trying to marriage him. I think she has a slight crush on him. So are they like flirting? Hello? So she does have a crush on him. What the fuck? So she does have a crush on him. Girl. Daisy, you better be looking. Okay, I'm a ban that word, actually. Hold on, let me go. Let me just ban that word. Real quick. So Daisy. Paid the price. Yeah, Lola do a jet. Okay, I've been kind of... Always change. I always get so scared with the music here. 24 hours of banning Lola, 24 bans per hour. Oh, not that. Not that, Daisy. But like I was saying, ah, shit.
Oh my god!
Oh fuck. god, that was so fucking hot and sexy. Oh my god. I love that. You asshole! And we fuck you. No! The lag! Oh, sweat. Oh my gosh! The lag into that! Oh my gosh! That... No! I was... Oh my god. I was so close to, like, getting that. I love him. He's a cutie. Okay, guys, I'm back. I'm so sorry. It took a little longer than expected. So, I do apologize. Okay. Maybe... Maybe I can see... Okay. I might have to get a straw or something to drink my coffee. Oops. Okay, I'm gonna just add this little, my little naughty bear. I don't know if that's gonna cover all my perks, but pursue. Ow. Now, if Lisa would have just stuck the gen with me, we would have finished it, and I wouldn't have minded to, like, take a hit or something, but she said, nah, we ain't gonna finish that, girl. Nice, you get that here. Oh. Okay, Joe. That was an angle, I guess. Nice. Okay. That was a good death card, actually. Okay, the least I'll do is take a hit for Kate. Oh, fuck. Well, I wasn't expecting you to hide over there, Mama. I was not expecting that. Oh, that was way too early, Lisa. And Jill ended up DCing. Interesting. Interesting. Nice. Ooh, I missed my DS. I'm sick. I'm sick. That would have been a hot and sexy DS, but you know what? It's okay. I did hit my death card twice that game, so.
I will prove myself even harder if that is what's asked of me.
Thank you, Stitches. Also, that's okay, Astra, or Asta, or Asta. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but, no worries. Also, I need to fix my PNG tuber, actually. I'll just actually take care of that later. Okay. We got this. We got this. So. Okay, bro. I should have dodged the lobby, but you know what? I didn't. So, here we are. Is that scene partner? I hate scene partner, bro. I hate it. I hate it. And of course you look at shock, but that's okay. I'm just gonna leave. What's her ping at? Oh, she's at 200. Oh. She might be, Ew. She might be with the Michaela or the Ashley. No, he insta-picks. Fuck. Oh my god. I can't believe he DC'd though. Well, I guess, thank you also for, sharing the live. I don't know how you didn't see me, but okay. not gonna win this one. Unfortunately. We have 3 survivors left and 4 gens, but if one of us can keep chase while the other 2 do gens, like, I think that would be solid. Over there. Hi, Jimenez. Go, Michaela. Oh my god.
Now you have been promoted. You are now one of my elite employees.
Debbie Street Jimenez. Okay, I think we need to do like the top gens, but oh my god. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna like off myself for Sable so that way she can get hatch. go? Come on. You gotta respect that, bro. Come on, bro. You gotta respect that. Hey, shut the fuck up.
You shut up.
No.
Bring it down, please.
I'm not even talking that loud.
Yeah.
And he's gonna put me back on this hook. My god. Y'all, Mr. Lolo's being annoying. I don't know if she wants to come get me, but I'll hit my skill checks if she does, so. I'll take this one. Oh, okay. Oh. He's gonna let me go for Kobean. Here, let me get you a gift, bestie. I want to let him know that I found it. Oh my god. Oh, I love this Billy. He was a cutie. GG's. I had fun with faces. They were a good Billy. They had Pop, Painter's, Bam Bam, and Tinkerer. And then they had spiked boots and ear. Okay, what does this one do? Engravings found and then change. Okay. Oh, speed movement. Okay, increases time. Okay. It's actually a good solid build, but Bam Bam is kind of hit or miss. Also, I need to update the DC command. And then okay, let's see. I think I'm gonna go without an item, maybe. La da da. Also, I might switch games soon too. Depending. Okay. The Dracula. La da da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Girl, if you don't stop blowing up this fucking gen. Okay. And she's still looping. She's still looping. course, of course. A starstruck. I'm not gonna go over there. You wanna heal Jake so I can go for the save? Position, Bessie. Oh, fuck. Nice cut off. Damn, bro. Okay, I'm gonna have to take... I should have kept my healing build on, but... It's okay, Bessie. I got you. Are we serious right now? Okay, Jane, I got you. Come here, Bessie. I got you, girl. Double exposed, okay. So, is it Starstruck? Oh, it's Devour, I think. Devour and Haunted. Devour and Haunted. And Starstruck. So basically an all-around, like, exposed build. You gotta run, Bestie. You know, I should have healed Jake, but he was in bat form, so I didn't know what to do. No, come after me, Drac. I'm so sorry I didn't heal you earlier, Jake. I'm so sorry. Go. Keep going, Bessie. Keep... Okay. We should be safe, but... Ah, Jake! I just got to work, Lola. Of course. Thank you for stopping in, Stitches. I appreciate that. I tried to take a production hit, but I... I tried to take a protection hit, but I didn't. Ugh. Oh my god, this is like the most stressful thing ever. GG's. Oh, he had Devour. Wait, I thought he had Haunted. Hello? So he had Devour, Undying, Agi, and Starstruck. Okay.
Let me serve.
Okay, let me see. Oh, wait, did I get the banner that I wanted? Hold on. Did I get that banner? Tell me I got that banner. Oh, I did! Oh my god. This is the banner that I've always wanted. Oh my god. Let me see who's online, actually. Let me see who's online. Wait. Da-da-da. Wait. Oh, my Pow Pow's on. Let me invite Pow Pow. I haven't played with Pow Pow in a while. But I don't know. Dun-dun-dun. But I don't know, y'all. Oh, also I need to put some points into my secret P100s, actually. Okay, let's see. Oh. Okay, I did put points into this killer first. No, not killer. Y'all didn't. Let's see. And then I'll also put, okay, I did put points into Plague and then my secret P100. Because your girl needs to put points. Okay. Okay, so I need to do 3 more. I need to do some killer challenges for. Oops, I do not want to quit DVD. Okay. La, da, da. Also, welcome back from ads, guys. We're just chillaxing. Let's see. Also, I'm gonna just remove the pin comment, but and like da, da, da. Okay. Da, da, da. Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. I know who that bee is in my lobby. I was peeping names before I I was peeping names before I started. And the V is from another community that I'm a part of, so because last time I bumped into them, I was in a 3-man swift with some friends. And they were playing Claudie. Larry's, bro. And imagine that we did get a Claudie, but thankfully that person is not playing Claudie this time. Hi, Augie. Hi, bestie. It's a puppy. I am doing opens, by the way. Like, so, no one really joined for open lobbies on 2v8, but, Augie, if you wanted to play, you can join me if you'd like, but no pressure. No pressure. But also, how are you doing, Augie? See, the time that I don't bring my healing build anymore is the time that they slug. Why is she not recovering? Mama, why are you not recovering? Why are you crawling? You could've... Okay. What in the fucking ping, bro? Bro, what is this ping? What is your ping, bro? That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. You're on 100 ping. And you're getting hits that you're not supposed to be getting. Ooh, what are you watching? May be awful right now, but bro. He's here. I just know he is. Just finished watching Prom Night. Might rewatch Scream TV series. Ooh, okay. Love that for you. Chase again, but... Of course he waited out, but you know what? It's okay. It's fine. Oh. Girl. Y'all, I swear. Also, thank you guys for sharing and liking the live, by the way, on TikTok. I do appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Done differently. Maybe I'll give TV another try. I mean, what harm would that do? What has happened to me? Where am I?
I want to watch a movie after stream, not gonna lie. I don't know what I would want to watch, though. I'll see what Mr. Lola wants to watch later, to see if he wants to watch something with me.
Before Jen is this way. Not someone on my friends list name being Ghosty's pet. Hello? Do we have a Chucky and or Tiffany? And I don't know who else I don't know who the other killer is. It's not Slinger. And it's not, it's not Trapper. I haven't heard Bing Bong, so... Okay, bro. Oh.
You don't look so good.
Thank you, Lara. See, this is the kind of team that I want to see. Right here. At least when I'm playing Survivor. Like, please Gen Rush. And go for saves. I still don't know who the other killer is, by the way. Stop! Oh my god! No. No. Okay, no one gives a fuck about you. Oh, it's a spirit. Mm. Y'all better get off that gen. Do you not want heals? Okay, bro. Okay, let's get some more points, actually. GG's.
I was supposed to be a disciple, not a sacrifice.
Not a sacrifice. I love her. I love Tori. Oh wait. I kinda wanna like change her shit around and stuff. Oh, I'm kind of looking at the top now. I kind of don't like it. Like, I don't like the beads on it. Like, Actually, actually, you know what? I'm gonna support my baldness. I'm gonna support my baldness. I feel like no one ever wears her like default tops. And so I feel like sporting her default. Oh, I forgot to ready. My bad. I'm over here playing Dress Up Simulator and I didn't even ready. La da da. Oh, I don't even know how we are on ads. No, not the A Street jump scare. Huntress. shit. Nope. Okay, Dwight. I'm trying to loop over here, Bessie, but... But y'all keep stepping in my face and whatnot, so... Dun, dun, dun. Hi, shrimp. Thank you for redeeming your attendance and your daily latte. I think this Dwight is new. This one over here that's healing with me. These two are having a rough game. They only have 1, 2, 3, 4 hooks.
I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob.
Damn. The backflip is insane!
What are you doing in my swamp?
Oh my gosh, Stella, is it still a villa? Hello, hello, welcome to later. Hello, hello, how are we doing? Welcome in, Raiders. Sorry. For those who don't know who I am, my name's Lola. I'm a variety streamer. I mainly play Dead by Daylight, but I do play a lot of other games like Stardew Valley, Genshin Impact, and I also play Phasmo, and every Friday is usually our story-based games. And I got you, Lara. I got you. I got you. It's going. How are you? And if you guys have to like raid and run or anything, like feel free. Like I'm also very lurker friendly, so so yeah. GG's.
Hi, how are you?
But yeah, thank you for entrusting me with your community. I am doing open lobbies, I guess, but like no one's really been joining, so like I'm kind of just solo queuing it out. So I do, if you guys do want to join, I don't mind playing 2v8 and stuff with everybody, so I'm doing good. Just got done playing 2v8. Ooh, were you playing Killer or Survivor? And let me also drop you a follow. Oh wait, I already follow you. Okay, I already follow you. I don't know why maybe we met somewhere and then I just didn't realize. Both using play while you wait. Oh, okay. That's fun. Were you doing like open lobbies too with like your community or no? Or were you just doing like solo queue? Variety the narratives, that's cool. I play variety. Ooh, okay, what other games do you play? I don't remember if I stopped by a stream yet. Girl, this is the second time I found you in the fog. I would have came sooner, but I had to grab dinner. Oh, it's okay. That's okay, Judah. I was the alien from Lights Out. Oh, that's right. That's right. You scared me. Yes, you scared the shit out of me. And I was very scared. You know what's funny is that a lot of people don't realize that like okay, so Lights Out is like my favorite mode. Normally I have like my PNG tuber on this scene, but OBS was throwing a fit earlier, so like I had to delete some sources. But I guess I could chit chat here. This is normally what like my PNG tuber looks like. I normally have a webcam on, but today I just was kind of like, I don't really feel like having it on. So I kind of just go back and forth between webcam and my PNG tuber, but yeah, today is kind of like a day where like I was gonna show my face, and then I was like, I don't look all that great, so I was like, I'll just put my PNG tuber up, and then right now I'm gonna knock on wood and hoping that OBS doesn't give me any more hiccups today, because I feel like usually during the beginning of stream OBS always wants to give me hiccups and cause like a lot of drop frames. And so but yeah, I also usually stream like Monday through Friday. I usually stream like Monday through Friday, and like I'm still trying to like configure like what times I really want to stream. So like I've been testing like different times of like when I should start, and I might do, and I think like maybe like next week I might do like probably like late nights. So, but I'm not sure. I still haven't decided on what I wanted to do. And I also multi-stream on TikTok. So, I don't really get a lot of people on TikTok, but I'm testing the waters to see how I like it. And yeah, but overall it's been fun. And like I said, if you have to like raid and run and stuff, perfectly fine. Lights Out, I think out of all the game modes, if I were to rank them, I would say Lights Out, Chaos Shuffle, and then 2v8. Normally I don't like 2v8, but like I typically try to like play with a lot of people, because like I know it's like a hassle of like not wanting to play, finding that time to stream is hard. I was also all over the place with the time. I ended up settling with 1 p.m. start time. Yeah. Let me switch scenes. So I used to be like a 5 to 9 p.m. streamer, like, because I'm also in like the West Coast. I'm like in the West Coast and I'm in California. So like I used to be like a 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. and that was like my schedule. And then like I was like, maybe that's a little too late for people. And then I became like a morning streamer for a while and I took a break. And then after a while, I was like, maybe like 2:30 to 6 p.m. And then I was like, I don't feel like this is a good time, but like I do get a lot of people that lurk a lot. So like while they work, and or like even if they're streaming themselves, like it's actually like really good. Like good, but also like I do want to like cater to like my UK friends as well, like my EU UK friends. So it's kind of just like I'm trying to like find like that right time for like for them to. Oh hey Billy, hey. It's kind of like hard. Oh, kind of like hard to like loop and like keep track of like 2 different killers and chatting. So it's kind of like hard at the same time. So I'm kind of just like, I need to like lock in on like multiple things at like once. So I kind of find it, it's a 2-man gym. Okay, we have a Billy and I don't know who else. Oh, it's a Baba Yaga. I'm scared. Oh, like how many like years have I been streaming? Like for like a couple years now. Like for a couple years. Now, Hinatu, you're scaring the shit out of me, bro. But yeah, it's kind of rare for me to like find someone of like from like the same state, you know, as well. Are you guys gonna go to TwitchCon? I feel like going to TwitchCon would be nice. I'm actually planning on going with Mr. Lola, and I know it's like at a bad time, like in November, because it's like right before Thanksgiving. And stuff, so like so it's kind of you're not going? Okay. Yeah, I try to like, I try to like find like the right balance to like meet new people and stuff, so. But like I definitely do want to go for sure. Just so that way like I can hang out with like people that I like know from like different communities and stuff. And it's a bit hard for sure. Oh my god, I'm stuck. Also, I never asked you, Villa, who's your main on DVD? Like for killer, is Alien your main or no? Yeah, she kicked my gen. I love that. We are cranking through these gens. Also, okay, someone is going for Kate. Good. I don't mean since I love to bounce around killers. That's fair. That is 100% valid. I don't play killer often, but I try to. I try to like stream killer from time to time, but I do love playing killer though too. Artist, Slinger, and Bubba. Ooh, yeah, that I have a lot of artist enjoyers in my community. I also have some. I also have some Bubba enjoyers as well. I don't see many people play Slinger, but I have a few streamer friends that do main Slinger, and haha. Haha. Oh, I think he sees me, so. I don't know why he was just standing there AFK like that. I think he was trying to like camp it for a friend, but I like brought him to the thingy by accident, and I didn't realize what it was until last minute. Are they gonna leave the Zarina on the hook? Also, I'm about to die as well. Like, I get it, gen pressure and stuff, but oh, okay, well, I guess they don't want to come get me, but I don't think they're gonna make it. I don't think they're gonna make it. I do play Killer Villa. I do. I play, Trapper and, Doctor usually, but I do have other people that I do enjoy playing as well. Oh, sorry. I do play artists occasionally, and then, I also play, I do play occasional hag sometimes. And then I also play, who else do I play? Ooh! I play a lot of people, but I guess it just usually just depends on my mood. I'm also a P100 Trapper main, so I feel like trapper players are so hard to find, yeah. Poor Meg. R.I.P. I'm leaving. But yeah, Trapper is like my only P100 as far as killers go. Survivors, Feng Min is my only P100. I am working on several people. Let's see, PGs. Good luck. Good luck, guys. But yeah, and then I'm working on 3 secret P100s. I am okay. So I have Tori. I'm working on Tori. I paused her at P50. I paused her at P50, and then after her. I'm gonna work on Claudette for Survivor, and then on Killer I have and then on Killer I have.
Your friends don't seem very friendly, do they?
Do they? I have Chucky, Houndmaster, Doctor to work on, and then I did lose a bet to a friend, so I have to P100 Myers, which is someone I don't want to, but the options were limited in choosing who I wanted to P100, who I was forced to P100 during this bet, and I don't want to P100 Myers, but out of all the 4 that I wanted to P100, Myers was the better choice. So I was like, I will P100 this man and not the other 3. And then obviously I have my 3 secret P100s that I'm like working on, and then I also promised my friend that I would P100 Jill, and because he's working on like Leon / Carlos and then Wesker, and so he's wanting me to P100 Jill, so I'm gonna be P100ing her as a promise, because normally with me and him, like, we always like to match. Like, usually, like, if I'm not, like, playing, like, a Resident Evil character, we usually try to, like, match outfits. So, like, I usually try to, like, go with, like, the Hellfire Club shirt with, like, the floral headpiece and, like, or, like, the Iron Maiden shirt on Claudie, and then, he plays Arella with, like, the floral headpiece, and then, like, we try to, like, match each other's, like, top and, like, bottoms and stuff, so yeah. But I have several people that I'm, like, actively working on. But I love me some Trapper, though. I love me some Trapper. Also, I need to double check to see how good I am on ads as well. Because I need to take a quick little break, to do, to, like, stretch and stuff. So I need to make sure, like, I'm good on ads. My mods are usually here to remind me, but, I know they're all busy with work and stuff, so I'm like, I don't want to... Okay, we have, like, 7 minutes left. We have 7 minutes until the next ad, so I might force the ads right now real quick. And then I'm gonna also, I'm gonna just try to get some, like, get some more water and stuff, and then also use the bathroom again, because I've been drinking lots of liquid. So I will be right back. I'm gonna force the ads, and I will see you guys in a little bit, okay? Rude of you.
Take this!
Take this! Oh, what? What? I'm going back. Okay. Okay. Y'all just get the gens done, please. Oh my god. I'm going back to basement. Rude. How rude.
Oh crap.
Oh.
You know, I was too much of like, oh, Quan, what are you doing?
Oh.
Or were you just standing there?
Maybe.
I was in too much of like a playing against Jace. Are you? Lola?
It was an accident. Listen, I didn't know
Lola?
that.
What? What was that? Lola?
Listen.
We got like literally. Out of here.
The thing is, Lola didn't even hesitate, even look back. She just kept looking. Like when you're both running from zombies and you trip the girl next to you.
Disadvantage, but I find that funny.
It's okay. I can help. I can help. Lola, back up. Javi, hush your mouth. Girl over here telling me to back up from the love of my life. And over here telling me, oh my god, this Claudia scared me. Oh, girl.
Oh my god, it's a ghost face.
It's a fucking ghost face.
God.
Stop.
That ghost face is.
Yeah, you can get Hatch. Let's go.
I'm so sorry. I panicked.
Sable, just fucking escape. Leave! Girl, you better leave! What? Stop teabagging. You're gonna... She's teabagging on the thing. Watch. They're gonna, like, smack her ass. That's what you fucking get, Sable! You bitch. No, Gigi! You motherfucker! You motherfucker dead! I'm dead here, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead.
She's almost there, but you have to take a hit.
We got you. Fucking bush.
Fucking A. Shit, 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 let's go, let's go! Oh my god. Oh, I got so fucking scared there. Fuck. I got so fucking scared. I am back. I'm so sorry. Okay. But also, if anyone would like to join me on 2v8, I am playing 2v8. But if you guys are like overwhelmed and overstimulated with 2v8, we can do 1v4 as well. So if you guys do want to join, feel free.
Hi, how are you?
I'm in your game. Is it Cash? Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Which are you survivor or killer? I have names off, so like I can't. You're Nancy. Okay, okay. Because I have names off. That's why I'm like, Because sometimes people have like the wildest names, and like I like to, especially if they're like TTV, like I like to keep it as a surprise, just in case. So, because I know there's people that can be like very rude, and I just want people to be safe and stuff. So. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I also like to like I don't like to like perceive anyone, if that makes sense. Like I don't like cuz like I normally just want people like me that that are the reasons streamers have to do that. Oh, now shrimp. Girl. Bye. Hi, Daryl. Time to wake up. Time to wake up, girl. Do we have 2 aces? Okay, a huntress and a Wesker. Or oh. Ow. Now, Shrimp, I forgot you had that name. Girl. What? Now, y'all didn't see that. Y'all didn't see what just happened, okay? Oh. Now, girl. Shrimp, please. I do have a clip command, but oh, Ace is the only one who stayed to heal me. Thank you, Ace. I appreciate that. Oh, you want me to get that person? Okay. Oh, girl. Okay. Oh. Oh. 2 people DC'd. Okay. Wait, let me... Wait. Oh my god. Okay, there. I'm like... Okay. Oh, you scared me. La da da. Hi. Okay. We have 2 DCs. You called your boyfriend over. How nice. No. Okay. La da da. Oh, not the bot. Of course, you have to rely on your fucking boyfriend. It's okay though, because I'm not done. Damn, no one went to go get Robin. That's sad. Oh. Okay, I'll just get it from here. For Robin. For Robin. I don't know what door they're at. Damn. If Daryl gets hooked over here, I can try to get him. Well... Oh! I was the one that got away! See, I was gonna get Daryl, and I just was like, you know what? Nope. GG's. Good luck next. I was the one that got away. But you know what? That's okay. Because at least I made it out, so. Need more coffee. I need more coffee. But also, I know I've been playing the Resident Evil series, these past couple of, like, this past month, and I've been trying to, like, push through them. I might, I think what I might do is, take a break in between, the RE series and push through, or not, take a break and then, like, start a new game, because I know, like, a lot of you guys are probably, into, like, Resident Evil, but I think I might need, like, take a little break from it. Okay, let me see who this is. Okay, I got my answer. Oh, it's both Nemi and Wesker. I need my blood points. Not maybe one at the gym. Fortune is that way. Forgot how horrendous her screams were. I got you, bestie. I got you. Okay, I'm gonna go get that unhook behind me. Oh, there's two hooks behind me. Oh. Hopefully that helps a little bit, but... Oh, no, no, no. Oh, hey. What? are you? Thank you for redeeming your dailies. Just watching a movie, IDK how I feel about it. What are you watching? I hope no one's judging me for cleansing totems. I'm like, I need... No, R.I.P. Lisa. Okay, is it... Damn. Bugonia? Bugonia... It's about this guy who... Oh! I saw that! I saw that! Haha. Oh! Now... Oh, this Hinako... who kidnapped a lady because he thinks she's an alien. Interesting. No one got this Ada? Oh. Oh. Not the tea bags, hello? Oh, if I stay that way, come on. she's not following me. I mean, this Hinako's gonna make it out. I can feel it. No, I should have given her a hatch. I feel bad. I don't know if she knew the door was open over there. Also, if anyone would like to join me for open lobbies, they are more than welcome to join. Wait, IDK if she's an alien? Oh. Wait, so you don't know if she's an alien? You don't know if she's an wait. How long am I gonna be on? I'll be on for like maybe like another hour probably, but so it's like 2-3 more games. But if you want to join now, feel free, but no pressure. I'm gonna put some points into my secret P100 real quick. It's a wonderful day to have fun. Oh, I also need to put some points into Doctor too. I needed to get him to at least P50. I also need to put some points into some other people too. La da da. Okay. I was gonna do some killer games today, but I'm like, nah. It's labeled as a comedy, but it's not funny. It's probably like a certain kind of humor, I guess, that you probably don't understand, but to some other people it might be funny. I mean, it's satire, torturing a lady. I mean, are there like other things in the movie that might be like indicated as funny? Probably. I don't know. Maybe like the lines are probably funny, but I don't know. I'm just assuming. A Jonathan Byers. Okay, I just realized we have a Jonathan Byers in the lobby. Now that's a rare sighting. Having a Jonathan Byers in your lobby is so rare. Oh, I should have started the ads. Oh well. You know what? Let me just start the ads now. Because it's gonna happen in the middle of the game. So I'm gonna start them now. I should have paid closer attention. Got a serious tone though. A Nemi? No, a nurse and either a Nemi or a Wesker. It's a Nemi. La da da. Ooh. Oh my god, my god. Haha. They picked my gun. Okay, the fortune is over there still. It's kind of bad.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, honey. Thank you for the lurk. I need to fix that lurk command, actually. Okay. Down. Yeah, feel free to play with me if you want, Raven. I'm gonna do a few more games. Oh. We got 2 killers with bad ping. I thought this was the totem, the tonic thingies. Phone call BRB? Okay. I don't know why the... I want to make sure the other fun gets out. I'm at the door already. I want to make sure she gets out. Okay, cool. She got out. Jeez. Also, okay, I need to fix that lurk command, actually. I need to go in Nightbot. That's what I meant to do. Oh! Okay. Okay, I did update that command, but, thank you for the lurk, honey. I do appreciate that. Guys, go follow Honey. Honey is an awesome streamer, and you guys should go check her out. And watch her streams. She is amazing. So, and I think you guys will like her, so be sure to go check her out. Da, da, da. La, da, da. Da, da, da. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna listen to some Lana Del Rey, actually. The Wraith. Oh. And a Wesker. Okay, 3 guys over there. Dang it!
Disappoint me.
Ow!
Is that the best you got?
Well, I did make you up a couple times, so... You, Rebecca? Oh, that one's the healing one. Oh, hi. I don't know if I'll have enough for this. Oh my god! I believe more than enough. Oh. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. We're all slowly dying here, people. Oh my god. Now, there might be a tonic upstairs, and one of them kicked my den. Nice. No! I wanted to serve you a drink! Oh. It's okay. I just wanted to serve you a drink. Okay, hold on, y'all. Okay. I'm gonna just leave the lobby. Okay, hold on. I'm getting a lot of pings in the server in my in my Discord. So okay. Sorry, I had a lot of pings in my Discord server, y'all, and I had to like help somebody approve of something, and then I'm like, you know, let me just do that real quick for you. But I think they figured it out. Okay. We okay. 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 Y'all, I'm doing like mod duties at the same time for someone on Discord, and I just want to make sure that they're okay. Okay. Okay, actually, I need to switch, or I need to put some points into my killers. Okay, I'm gonna put some points into Doctor because I am trying to get him to P50. So okay. We've been getting a lot of Weskers today. Oh, wait. I didn't mean to do 2v8 or 1v4. I meant to do 2v8. Not 1v4. I need my blood points. I need my blood points. I need my blood points. Do, do, do. Makes me wanna party. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. Okay. Y'all, I'm nervous. Wait, I forgot to run ads. Oh my god. Oh well, we got like 30 minutes until the next ad anyway. Okay, this is the 4-gen. Another Wesker. And I forgot you had 3 fucking dashes, bro. Well, I know who the killers are. Mama. Okay. Wait, is this the... That's the healing one, never mind. Hi, Nopa. How are you? knock. Yes, I finally found a hook state. Sonic. I can remove. So I switch off between working, cleaning, and packing. Ooh, are you going on vacation? Oh. Ooh, okay. Oh, thank you, Dwight. I was like, why is Dwight following me? Please. Thank you, Dwight. Thank you, bestie. I was like, why are you following me? And then he had a spray. But I've never been to... Okay, guys, can I be honest with y'all? I've never been to any other state outside of California other than New Mexico. Like, I've only been out of the country and, like, out of state, like, once. But that's it. I mean, what? I mean, I've been wanting to leave, actually. Like, Cali is not my home, I fear. I feel, okay. Like, we have a lot of things here. Like, we're very diverse, like, a very diverse state, but, like, I also just feel like, just, like, Cali in general, like, I feel like there's so much more to offer, like, with traveling, and stuff, but, you know, it is what it is. Is that person on that gen not gonna get the unhook? Hello? Come to Chicago? You think I should? I really want to, like, travel more. But, like, traveling is so expensive. I also, like, want to, like, just... Because, like, Mr. Lola, he's from Alabama, and, he's been, like, wanting me to go to Alabama. He's from Huntsville, specifically. Ooh. I just heard his laugh and I was like, it's like, hold on, bestie. I'm like, where are you at? Traveling is like really like, why would it be cheaper? Damn, yeah. Not y'all growling like that. Damn, okay. Like, I mean, I guess. Just wait to, yeah. I got you, Kate. I got you, bestie. Oh, I was trying to heal Kate first, but okay. I don't know where that Nia went. Like, I wanted to heal her, but... Makes me wanna body. Oh, oh. Papa, they were winning at the gate. Oh, you don't have to redeem, but you don't have to do the command and the redeem, my notebook, but I just figured I'd have to redeem in case no one wanted to use the, redeem. Oh, that's okay. That's okay, bestie. Yeah, I figured if you didn't want to use a redeem, like, or like, if the alert command was there, but it's just there as an alternative. Oh, bitch. I went to the wrong door. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you... I went to the wrong door. Haha. Y'all. Y'all, Mia, please don't leave. Please, Mia, please don't leave. Mia, please don't leave. Oh, well... I literally thought that was the door that was opened. GG. I could have made it out, but you know what? It's whatever. Okay, let me put some points into Doctor. My Chuckle Puss. Okay. I need to hurry up and get him to P50 at least. And then work more on my secret P100s. Oh, thank you, Villa. Thank you. I appreciate it, and thank you for the raid earlier. I do appreciate that. Let me give you another shout out. I can't type, but yeah, thank you again for the raid earlier. I do appreciate that. Thank you. No probs. Take care. Of course. Oh, I forgot Nightbot says that. Oh, I forgot Nightbot says that when you type no. Sorry, guys. Okay, let me let's see. Have you played much Killer yet? I played a little bit of Killer today, with a friend. It's like 30 to 40 minutes from earlier, but I don't know if it's changed much. I know like a lot of people have been like just doing like the regular 1v4 because of the like it's like 10 minutes compared to like 30 to 40. A Dracula, that's a first. It's the first Dracula. Okay, I got scared. I got scared and blew up a gem. There's a hook tonic over there. It's an Oni. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? You were right behind me that whole time. Also, Oni's foot stomps sound like Nemi when he's coming by. my god, bad dog, bad dog. Bad dog. Bad dog. Move it, V, move it, move it. Okay, now is not the time to heal over here. Oh my god. I just wanted to make sure V got that tonic. Oh. Well. Haha. Yes! Kate with the rescue! No! No! Stop! That was a really bad 50-50. But you know what? It's okay. She got the save though. She got the save. Oh, another eye. I just realized. Hi, Diva. Thank you. Okay, this is V, and then we're gonna go get Elodie after. The drop frames? Hello? I almost thought the server crashed because of the drop frames, but no, I have to go to the bathroom again. I need them to like take the killers away from the gems. Hi, Meg. Go that way. Come on. Come. Go that way. I really wish they're like really protecting this heavily. These sides. Oh my god. Hi, my elixir. Like, we need like people. How did you not see me? I'm doing good. How are you? Guys, I'm so scared. Why are we dropping like flies? Y'all, I swear to God, we could have had the last gen if we all separated on these like final gens and they. Oh my god! Gate! No, baby girl, you lost your endurance there, by the way. Oh! Oh my god, you didn't have anyone to deal with the last gen, or maybe one? Really seemed winnable? Yeah, for real. Well, we were working on one, and then, like, they just kept running and running and running, and I'm like, girl, we...
Now you have been promoted.
Wait, hold on.
You are now one my elite employees.
Hey, Fung, we're gonna stick this gen, okay, girl? Yes! W Streak! Thank you, Elixir. How did he not see me? My top is like so bright as fuck. Dude, oh, well, you know, also there's corn blindness too, so there's that. Okay. I really need them to, like, get it together and, like, separate on the doors. I want this Elodie to make it out. I'm really scared. I want this Elodie to come back over here. Oh, I just wanted to pet the dog. Well, at least he was kind of nice about it. I feel so bad for the Elodie. No, I really wanted them to, like, come out. GG's. Sorry. Oh, she left. Good luck next match, Joe. I really wanted her to make it out. Okay, also, I need to, like, set up my freaking PNG tuber up again, because your girl, oh, hello? My PC, okay, my PC's having a fit. My PC is having a fit. Also, y'all, okay, if you guys are viewing on mobile, I'm so sorry. Hold on. I need to, like, fix it. I need to fix the look. Okay, there. Okay. And then, okay, I am gonna put my PNG tuber back up. Because why not? And I need to fix the size. Okay, there. Okay, there. Okay. I had to, like, fix everything, because, like, it just felt like Because earlier I was having like severe drop frames and I had to like remove some sources and stuff. So I'm like, let me just fix this. But I think it seems to be fine now. Oh, also, guys, starting next week, I think I figured out a good time for people to like tune in, and I want to say I still might do like a really late night stream, like maybe like around like midnight or something, and like midnight for me, and then like 3 a.m. for some of y'all. And this is like a big maybe, but every other time is probably going to be like 7 p.m. most likely. So that way I can just do like kind of like nighttime streams for people. Midnight, so you want me to lose my streak again? That's crazy. Oh, well, no. Well, would you rather me do like 5 a.m. your time when you're like getting up and getting ready for work? Also, I need to go to the bathroom. I keep telling myself, okay, I'm gonna back out of this lobby actually. I'm gonna play some ads, so if you guys are not subbed or anything, I'm so sorry. You're gonna have to deal with the ads and whatnot. So I'm gonna start some ads. Late streamer, really? Well, why not? Well, why not? Because I feel like being a late night streamer, I've been like a late night owl, okay? I've been a night owl, and I figured why not? I mean, it's your streams. Go when you want, but I'm gonna take it personally. Well, I mean, all the other days I'll go live at like 7 p.m. And you, Admiral, you be quiet. Anyways. Anyways, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and I'm gonna go piss, and I'm also gonna try to get more coffee, and yeah. Because like my sleep schedule is like worse than Mr. Lola's. Like Mr. Lola will literally like sleep early just to get ready for work. But there's times where he's been late for work. But I will be right back, okay? I promise. Maybe. But I will be back. Promise.
Don't stop until they're dead, Naughty Bear.
Let's fucking go. W me, W Odie. Yes.
I'll put it in the extract.
Also, guys, if you guys are on YouTube, don't forget to like today's stream.
Hi guys.
What's up?
Oh.
It's me, Lola Bunny.
Oh wow, that's wild. That's wild.
Now right go. Now right go.
That's wild. I love you. I love you too much. You can worry me. I'll let you. Come on. Oh my god. I love him so much. He's such a cutie.
Here's some shock grenades.
Oh, period. Okay, thank you. I'm coming. Oh! Oh, fucking bitch!
Oh, Lola, what's going on, Lola?
I jumped off that cliff thinking that the fucking water was right there. Damn. What? She's got a hex.
Getting back to the gen, fuck it.
I don't know what hex this is, but I'm going
Please
to.
don't be haunted ground. Oh, to the god.
Bitch, she teleported.
It was
I am
on
so
the ground.
sorry. I am so sorry.
Oh, it's okay. What the fuck?
See? Oh, let's group heal. There you go. I'm a.
Oh, I'm in this corner. Come here.
Ah!
Oh! What the fuck was that? What the heck?
Oh shit.
Oh my gosh.
Okay,
I
I'm
don't
back.
know what. And just in time to read Javi to come back and say, I wouldn't do that to you, Elixir. Yes, you would. You would. You would. You would. You definitely would. Because there's been times where you've gone live at like an hour where Elixir would be asleep, and then you would tell me, girl, Elixir is here with me in bed while you're actively streaming, and then 5 minutes later, you're gonna be like, oh my god, my ghost, I love you so much. And you wouldn't even talk about Elixir after that, girl. So I love my Elixir, not too much. Well, all the much because the hell you talking about, ho? You know exactly what I'm talking about, mama. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about, mama. See, at least for me, at least Darlene and Elixir know that my other love is for Mr. Lola and a couple of pixelated characters, whereas you be bouncing around like you go into a club or something. Right. So if I reach out to Ghost and stuff, right, and Spherical and a few other people, they're gonna come up in here and be like, yeah, that Javi is a hoe. And that's on period. That's on period. So where's the lie, my mom? Where's the lie, my mom? Also, I said I was gonna start the ads, and I didn't. According to your streams, you not, mama. You on your knees, but you ain't praying, ho. Right. You over here talking about, oh yeah, I'm a Christian streamer, guys. But then you'd be like, I need to open my holes. Well, Elixir's not here to defend you, girl. Right. So, Also, I don't even know if I ran ads during the break, so I'm gonna run them now. I'm gonna run them now, girl. So you can't even hear me. Just say you hate me. Oh, Admiral? This is a Christian stream? This is a Christian stream, you know? This is my Christian stream, you know? I'm not one of them sinners like Javi. I mean, oh, who said that? Who said that, girl? Who said that? Who said that? Yo, I'm gonna bake some cookies tonight. Do y'all want some? Be honest. Now, why y'all try? Girl, ain't nobody telling you. Girl, please. And you made me a mod. Listen, you're. What's up? Look at me. Fuck your cookies, bitch. Nah, fuck your cookies, ho. Y'all, I have applications for 3 new mods. 3 new mods. I need 3 new mods actually. My mod applications are open. So if anyone wants to be a mod, feel free. You can just apply, you know. I just need to replace 3 mods. I won't say who, but you know, these 3 mods, they're attacking me. They're attacking me. Oh. Oh. What happened, Mama? Who said that? Okay, we need to meet the streamer. Oh, that's crazy that you would say that. Okay, well. Okay, we need to do some gens on this side, and it looks like they're heavily protecting. No, Claudie, girl. No one saw that. Also, y'all haven't been using the gen command, actually, for whenever I touch a gen. But, you know, I guess we won't add to that counter then. Crap Daddy. Oh, you bitch! How should I know? Well, I do have a link to all my commands in the mod chat. But you could just do exclamation point commands as well. Admiral. Oh, don't switch. Yeah, so it's in the commands channel in Discord. Oh, I got unhooked. Okay. But yeah, I have, it's like the link to the commands list is on the very top of the Also, guys, Mr. Lola is gonna make some homemade California rolls, by the way. Oh, wow. What you get? I said Mr. Lola's making homemade California rolls, Mama. No, Drop Daddy! Don't you know you're my main? And I get my man? Well, no. No, absolutely not, Mama. Damn. Wait. Um. Okay. There's nothing in there. Let me just put this down, actually. Oh, me and this you had the right idea. That's all for now. Oh. So Admiral hates us. Got it. Oh, that's crazy. I'm gonna just tell Coco that you hate me. How about that? I'm gonna tell her. I'm gonna be like, Javi said he hates me. Watch. I'm gonna tell Coco. I'm gonna tell Coco that you hate me. Rick, why don't you crawl? Come here. I don't know why Rick didn't crawl. Okay, well, I won't give you a gift back. I should have taken that back. Interesting. Gee. I don't hate you. Oh, interesting. Interesting. You say that. Maybe I'll do one more game. This will be LG. This will be LG. Thank you, my hubby. I don't know if I should do 1v4 or 2v8. If this match goes south, then I will definitely. What do you think about 2v8? I don't like 2v8. Like, it's good, like, if you wanna, like, it's good if you wanna, like, duo with somebody on Killer and stuff, but, like, on Survivor, like, I just feel like it's a hit and miss. Not gonna lie, like... Because it's like... the BP is really good, but also at the same time, I'm kind of just like... Girl, like, y'all, like, and people are asking, like, to make it, like, a permanent, like, event mode, but I'm like, that's gonna affect the queue times and stuff, so I'm like, no, like, why? Like, give us extra BP. Like, give us BP. Like, give us the, like, 3.5 BP. Yeah, like, if you want to make it permanent, like, fix the queue times. For, like, a lot of things, you know? Girl! Jay, please. Another Dracula. I mean, I'll gladly take some extra dick, but it's my time of the month this week, so I can't get my extra dick. No, I have power top, my mom. Also, Jay, you hate me because you didn't want to let me know when you wanted a duo. So you hate me. Haha. Oh, girl, I've been so busy this week. Well, it doesn't have to be this week. I'll send you, like, my Calendly link, and then you can schedule a duo day there. How about that? Damn.
You disappoint
Like,
me.
here's my... Oh, girl. Oh my god, is that a Jane Sounder? Oh wait, no, that's a fucking Felix. I was like, oh my god, is that a James? But it's not. Yeah, I'm actually gonna do this one because this one seems like the most dangerous out of all of them, so... So that's been my week. Ooh. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, our gen spread is kind of spread out, but like I feel like they're gonna guard that gen, this gen, and then that gen over there near main. Oh my god. Oh wait, let me give this to... Now, Alexa, you just missed a whole conversation about Javi saying that he hated you and would cheat on you. So, anyways, that's not my problem. Well, no, because you said that you didn't love Elixir. And I was like, well, that's crazy because you want to know what Javi said? Like a few times on his stream, he was flirting with somebody else. His mod, actually. Who goes by Ghost. So, how about that? Damn. You know, I could use someone to hold my hand and love me, but y'all hate me, so... Anyway, y'all hate me, for real. I'm gonna have to just... Okay, Meg. I hate her. She like blew up the freaking skill check and I'm like, girl. Okay, 1, 2. Okay, 1, 2. I'm gonna die here, actually. Also, I like how y'all always come around and just be active on LG. I'm just saying. Because y'all, well, actually, no. Yeah, I know y'all are here throughout the stream. I'm just kidding. Okay. Mama, I'm always lurking, not too much. That's why I said I'm joking, Javi. Oh my god. Just say you hate me, girl. Also, y'all, thank you for today. I need to also put my my points into my secret P100. GG. Wanna party? I need some dick. I mean, who said that? I'm no longer. Wait. Oh. Okay. Okay, hold on. I need to put my points into somebody. Still love me. Guys, I have an honest question. I have an honest question. Is this a safe space for me to ask my question? Well, that's not what I was gonna ask, girl, but okay. And I know, like, girl, I know you will not. Well, okay. Would y'all still love me? Okay. If I randomly just decided, like, if I randomly just, like, decided to, like, disappear from Twitch and stuff, like, not, like, fully disappear, but, like, still support y'all, like, even if I'm, like, lurking and stuff, would y'all still love me if I just randomly stop streaming one day and, like, not come back to streaming? Like, and I like seriously mean it. Like, would y'all still support me? Would like a break? Well, like, okay, like first a break, but then like, what if like that like break turned into like an extended break, and like I wouldn't know when I would come back if I ever did. But like, I don't know when I'm gonna take a break anytime soon. But I feel like I've been overworking myself. And I feel like I've just put so much effort into like a lot of things. And I feel like my time like as a content creator is like very like straining. And I feel like there's times like where like I feel like I'm not good enough or anything. And like I want to like take time to like support my friends. And like I don't want y'all to like feel like I'm, and like I don't know when I'm going to take the said break, but like if I randomly just stop streaming or whatever, maybe like, and like maybe like I'll do like an occasional like TikTok stream like here and there, but like from Twitch and stuff. Oh, support my greediness. Well, we already knew that you were greedy, D. We already knew that you were greedy. That, what's new? What's new? Oh. Right. Okay. Anyway. Anyways. But yeah, maybe I'll do like an occasional TikTok stream or something. But as far as like Twitch goes, I'll probably take a break strictly from Twitch. Because I feel like just streaming in general is a lot. Especially if I'm doing it like 5 days a week on Twitch, and like now that I'm doing TikTok too, it's a lot. Gotta do what's best for you. Oh, thank you, Ray. When are you taking this break? I don't know yet, Javi. I haven't decided. Maybe like starting at the end of the month, probably. And then I'll take a break for as long as I need. But I will definitely stream on TikTok and like but I'm taking a break from streaming here on Twitch specifically. Just so that way like y'all could still watch me on like one platform. So that way like y'all don't like miss me too much, but it's just strictly on Twitch that I just feel like I could use a break, and then like I'll just do like maybe like once a week or something. I don't know. But yeah, I just want to make sure y'all know that I love and appreciate y'all regardless. And and I'll miss y'all. But I definitely do need a break from like Twitch for sure. But I will definitely watch a lot of y'all to like keep up my stream streaks and stuff, because there's been a lot of people that I've been watching and like lurking for, where I'll like watch, because like I love watching for like for supporting, like for sure 1000%, but I also love like earning like I also love earning like my streaks and supporting people. And I wish Twitch would like allow people to like allow you to like support as many people as you can, but like they don't count lurkers as like real people from what I heard. So like I definitely like just want to support as many people as I can. But I'll still be active in like Discord and stuff too. So like if you guys like don't see me stream on TikTok or anything, like I'm definitely gonna be on in like chats and stuff for sure. And Discord. So if you guys ever need me, like just know I'm always gonna be here for y'all. But yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know that I will be on a break for streaming. At least for Twitch anyway. But I miss Jason. But I want to find someone to raid too. Just to show some love and support for them as well. And see where I can just drop y'all off at. Who can I send y'all to? There's a lot of people on right now. Also, okay, as much as I love Lana, sometimes I feel like her music is too depressing. Sometimes I feel like her voice is a little too depressing for me. Hold on. I need some upbeat music. 12 is on right now? Oh wait, that's true. That's true. 12 is on. Let me put some like upbeat music. Crazy. Okay. Y'all, the way that I almost clicked on a link just now, I'm so glad that y'all didn't see what I just almost clicked on. Yeah, 12 is pretty chill. I'm just, before I raid into 12, I want to see who else is on before I like raid out. And a lot of the friends that I do want to support are usually like on around the same time as me, and like are on for like have been streaming for like the um around the same time as me, so I'm kind of just like, I need to make sure. I just want to make sure. Zyto. Where is okay? I just had 12 stream open, and then oh, here you go. Here you go. Yeah, 12 is pretty chill. 12 is also doing 2v8. Explain it. Yeah, we can go raid chill. I actually haven't I haven't raided chill in a while. I love 12. 12 is amazing. But yeah, thank you guys so much for thank you guys for tuning in, and also I what day is it? What's today? I'm sorry. Today's Wednesday. Okay. So I'll probably like continue streaming until the end of the month, like at least up for Twitch, and then I'll be like, I'll try to like stream on like TikTok at least like once or twice a week maybe. So if you guys don't follow me on TikTok, it's the same as my, it's literally the same as my it's literally just the same as my Twitch name, Lola Latte. So if you guys want to support me there, feel free to follow me on TikTok. And then and then also I just want you guys to know that I like love and appreciate y'all a lot. Okay? I want you guys to also take care of yourselves, and I want you guys to make sure like you guys are like, and then when I do come back to like, when I do come back from my break, there's like a lot of things that I might like change and stuff, and like I might like talk with my mods about it too. And like I do understand like my mod, like this is like a voluntary thing. And like I don't ever expect anyone to be here actually. I never expect anyone to be here like just to watch me. Okay, but also how do you all find me entertaining? Like sometimes I feel like, okay, I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes I feel like I could be like so boring to like watch, but other people are just like telling me like, hey, like we love and appreciate you, and like we watch you. But I'm like, how do you watch me? Sometimes I feel like I'm a little boring, but I'm glad that there's actually people that do watch me and support me. But I definitely will find something to do. Like I'll like talk to my mod, like I'll message something like to my mods in the Discord. Because like I might switch some things up for I might switch some things up for like streaming in general. And then also like I'm like, when I do come back from break, I might stream a little bit less. Like I might stream a little less, and then whatnot. Yes, thank you, Javi. Thank you for putting my TikTok link. Yeah, so if you guys will ever want to watch me there on TikTok, I'm usually streaming there like at the same time I stream on Twitch. But I'm thinking about maybe like streaming there like every Tuesday and Thursday. Until like I'm ready to come back on Twitch. And then I also, yeah, I'll put in the mod chat like some things that are gonna be like changing, especially as far as like times that I stream and stuff. And like I also might like remove some people as mods as well. And like change some people around. But but and then like also like I might remove a few VIPs that I know that haven't been super super active, but like just because like I know like I don't have like a lot of slots, and like I want to make sure like people I want to make sure like people will like utilize it, you know, like I want to make sure like people like can earn it, and like I'll like make room for a lot of people. um and then um and then yeah, I'll I'll definitely like keep you guys in the loop for sure. At least as far as my mods go and stuff, like I'll keep you guys in the loop for some certain things, because like I do want to talk about like some changes. Yeah, I got that, mama. I be removing people once I notice they haven't been around in a minute. Yeah, like like I get it, like, and like they can still like support me and stuff, but like if I feel like you haven't been like around enough to like mod or like as frequently, because I know like modding is like voluntary. So like I might like remove some people and like make those people like VIP, and then like remove some people from VIP to like regular chatters, because like sometimes like, and like there's like people that I'm like I know like they are deserving of it, but like I'm just like, and like I know people like lurk, and like I don't look at my viewers list like that. So like I might switch some things around actually. So there's a lot of things that I want to change right when I come back. And I want y'all to be able to like support me, and also I might, and then if I do remove people from mods, and like I like like I can also talk with my mods to see like who's like fit and stuff for like modding, and like obviously like I also want to be like a late night streamer, because like obviously like my schedule, like my sleep schedule from like Mr. Lola's is like a lot different, and I might be a late night, like a super late night streamer, like a super late night, or like a really really early morning streamer. And so I might switch some things around as far as like the times that I do stream, and like even if you guys do like miss my streams, I'm so sorry. but yeah, like I just want to make sure like I'm in like the right headspace and stuff. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm sorry, we're supposed to be rating out, but like I also want to yap. But I do appreciate you guys for being here too. Like, I want to like just make sure that like I have like I just want to make sure like I'm good for like me. Makes total sense. Don't stress, my Lola. Thank you, my hobby. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely like talk to the mods about it. Like I'll message in the mod chat and stuff about a lot of things. And then yeah, we're gonna go right out to I was about to say chill. I meant 12. we're gonna raid out to 12. Also there's a Pokemon that I want to catch. But yeah, here's the Discord, guys. My Discord is apply to join, because I'm sick and tired of those freaking GFX artists trying to join and like sell their freaking artwork. And then obviously like you just have to claim your like abide by the rules, and then claim the rules and stuff in order to get access to like a lot of the channels. But yeah, if you guys do want to join it, it's absolutely not mandatory to join at all. It's not even the most active server either. So if you guys do want to like hang out there and stuff, feel free, but no pressure. Also, let me put out the raid messages, guys. If you guys are not subbed, you can copy and paste the first raid message, and then the last three raid messages are for subs only. And then if you guys are watching on TikTok, be sure to copy and paste the be sure to copy and paste the be sure to comment on the purple app. Come to the purple app, and then we're gonna raid out to my friend 12, and then I'll put out a message in mod chat and like let people know like, hey, like I'm gonna be like removing some people from like the mod team, and then also removing some people from the VIP team, and like give it to some people who are like more deserving, and they can always like just, and if people want to like just earn back the VIP, they can like save up their channel points to like they could save up their channel points to earn it and stuff. So but yeah, that I just want you guys to know like where I am, or like where I'm coming from, in like the right headspace and stuff. So I just want you guys to know that I love and appreciate y'all, and I appreciate you guys, and I love y'all. Okay. But I'm gonna go right out to 12. Sorry, I'm like yapping. I forgot how to raid. Oh my god. Oh wait. But yeah. And also thank you to Still for the raid earlier. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. And thank you for everyone who decided to tune in and hang out. I do appreciate you guys a lot. But yeah, we're gonna go right out to 12. 12 is a sweetheart. 12 is a P100 Cenobite main on Dead by Daylight. He also plays a lot of DBD. He's playing Survivor right now on 2v8. And I think he's also playing some killer, like he's doing the play while you wait, but yeah, and then I'll be back tomorrow for either some more Dead by Daylight, or I might change my game to something else, to maybe like Phasmo or something, but I don't know, we'll see. It just depends on like what I'm feeling for the day tomorrow. And I know I'm scheduled for like 11:30, but I might change the time around. We'll see. I'll post an announcement in the Discord about it, and like let you guys know, and I'll also let my mods know in advance of like when I'm gonna start, because I really want to like just take some time for myself. But I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? I hope you guys have a good night. Bye.